Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. All right, sounds good. Sorry, a little bit late out of the gate today. Got my run in late today, so I couldn't shower late today. So everything's just running a little bit behind. But we are here, we're live, and we are going. So let's take a look where we left off yesterday. We finally finished the scheduler refactor. It's excellent. Now we added anti-aliasing. That's good. We did a little bit of code poking towards the end of last week to see what the frames per second and release size were. I'm just keeping a historical record of the executable size and our performance, just so I'm not surprised when things change. So when my frames per second drops below a certain threshold, I'll have an idea of when it happened and what kinds of things we were working on when it happened. Not being surprised. Then we double checked a thing in code that I had doubts about, and it was fine. Animating by delta. So my preferred animation technique is to go from value A to value B, interpolated between in time, and shaping the curve with like an easing curve or a tweening method, or they have lots of different names for those things. But sometimes you need to start at a place and go to a place, but instead of getting the value, instead get the delta, the step that you have to take that time slot to get from A to B. So it's more like delta X as you travel from A to B. I wasn't sure if all of those were actually making it the whole way across the range, but I was doing that correct, so we're good there. We tried in the last 5 minutes, which turned into 10 minutes, to update FPS label, and we didn't get there. So we're gonna move that to today. We're gonna take some easy wins. I feel like I need some easy wins today. So I'm gonna steal this one. And then from the to-do list. Okay, journal to-do. From the to-do list, let's grab FPS and pull it out of time. I want those out of time. I think I want them in scene. We have some tech debt we might look at. Depending on how I feel after those first two tasks. This is an easy win, just a rename. I don't really want to tackle this bug yet. I feel like I've done enough bugs lately. But ideally, we can get into tooltips. Maybe we won't get to this one. I want to start tooltips, but take a look. So this is our starting plan. We're just going to rewire the whole FPS label so that we can get some better stats and in a more normal place. Hey, Dankly Tuned. Yes, you are early for once. Well done. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you aboard. We're going to take a couple of easy wins. See how far we get. I feel like I need a couple of easy wins today. How's your day so far? A lazy day of recovery, health stuff. Yeah, yeah, you got to take the time for recovery. You don't want to re-injure or make worse, but awesome. On recovery days, I usually do a lot of book reading. That's what I usually do. I like to drink my drink and read a book. So good. We're just going to move all of the FPS measurement stuff into scene. We're moving it out of wherever we put it. I think that's the right thing to do. Let's start here. Okay. This is going to get more complicated, and so this will not. This is very simple. Okay. So let's just get that running. Oh, yeah. This is. I should not know about the renderer, which is probably what's causing that dependency. Fusion. Um, okay, I don't know what that is. We'll be rewiring all this anyways. We're taking this out of time. That doesn't belong in time. Yeah, just oh, interesting. What is this? What happened? Where'd everything go? But main menu, we are setting our camera. Did I? Hmm. Huh. What is going on here? Everything's dark. Hmm. Release events. Um. Go full clean. Maybe it's a clean issue. Thing I've changed this morning should causing nothing to render. I think. Oh, there's everything. Okay. So in theory, where's my? Oh, there it is over here. Hello world. Hello world. And you can't see it. It is 0, 0. That's because we aren't really laying that out. So that's good. Okay, so we're up and running with this. So scene. It's going to need to steal some things from time. Basically, this stuff. this stuff init steal these things. This stuff is all going to come out. That's just about everything. Pulling all this out, putting it somewhere else. So none of this needs to be static. This can stay static. Instead of S underscore, it's going to be M underscore because they're not static. Oops. Okay. So stealing all of that. We'll come back to time in a minute. Scene.cpp. When we start up a scene, leave that time. Don't need those. Okay, sample counts. Sample start time. That's not quite true. It's one. Count index. These two are static, so they can be declared here, or not declared, defined here. We can define those a bit better. I think that's going to be easier. So we're saying sample for a quarter of a second. Sample count max. I don't remember what that does. That's fine. Okay. These are not static, so all I have to really do is just give them a size, which is FPS sample count max. Okay. FPS count 0. Sample start time, I think we measure it that way. We're going to keep track of that or those. Okay. I think that's all the initialization we need. Could change our update from accepting this key to using event queues instead. I kind of like that idea. I think that event handlers are going to be more efficient than an update loop. So maybe that's what we'll do. Do we want to do that refactor right now? I mean, now is the time, right? I think so. Let's go to a text edit. We have a key press handler there. We would need. Then we need the key press here. And we have the key press event and the event queue already included. So I think we just do this. Key press handler subscribe to, unsubscribe there. We report how many action sequences we have running in a scheduler at a time. Keep this inside of an event queue event handler. View render seems fine. We compute the view protection matrix of our current camera once. Then we render everything. Then if we are looking at the FPS label, we show it. Seems straightforward enough. Destroy camera, key press handler. Okay. Trevest, good afternoon. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Last night I had played a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons. I get a couple of sessions a week in maybe. It's dot key code equals static cast input key. We can even make this a little more readable. Input key equals this mess. And event dot control modifier. Boom, then we're done. That's it. Almost. Cool, reasonable. False meaning we did not handle this event. Turn result. When we get a control app, let me say that we did handle this event. Okay, that should do it. Okay, so that's one little tiny thing of cleanup. Yeah, so one of my problems with D&D is the tendency of gamers to over metagame. So we're like, hey, we're camped outside this enemy base and we need to go in and do something. And we'll spend the next 2 or 3 hours just talking about the plan. Very sad. Over planning everything. It's like you should have a reasonable initial plan and then go in, and it's not up to the DM to like kill you or punish you for not thinking of every little thing, but to make it interesting. You know, some minor punishments here and there, some minor rewards here and there for good planning, but like it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Summer temperatures today. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I don't know what the weather swing looks like over there. Just real curious now. Summer daytime highs. Oh, that looks nice. Winter, you do get a little cold. Not that bad, really. I mean, obviously, colder in the north. Okay, gets pretty cold at night. All right, all right. Okay, yeah, getting some summer temperatures always nice. We've had a bit of a fall here where it just keeps going back and forth. Like we'll get nice fall days that are in the 70s. Then we'll get a couple of days of summer where it's up in the 90s Fahrenheit. I think we just had a couple of really nice cool days, and we're gonna have a couple more really warm days. So yeah, always good to get those last few warm days. Okay, so over in time. I think this all needs to get pulled. Yeah, I like this cleanup of time. Scene. We are going to make some changes. We are going to. Oops. Void update. Sure, just update FPS. Void scene update FPS. Now we have to take a look at all this, see what we do. But yeah, so D&D, usually my crew is heavy into over planning. I'm just a player, I don't DM right now, but definitely into over planning. But last night, like we ended up in a situation where one of our players told a huge lie to the bad guys, and like everything from there on like was completely improvisational. There was like no planning at all, and it was hilarious. It was so funny because the lies kept working even though they were ridiculous lies. Not ridiculous, but like there's no way we should have got away with it as long as we did. And now we like have half the group is deep down inside talking to the main bad guy, trying to convince him that they're trying to join. And me and the other guy don't know where they are. We know they went into the city hall, but we don't know about the underground network. And so we think they're going to come out any minute. So we've already poisoned the barracks and are ready to burn the whole place down. So we're thinking very short term, and they're trying to think how they can lie well enough to get it to become a long term game, long enough that they can get out of the deep dark dungeon tunnels. It's so funny. Much more fun, I thought, than over planning and boarding up all the windows and every night. It's just okay. So update FPS. You know what? I think we just always update FPS. I don't think we stop measuring. Maybe we do. No, we always measure. But we don't always update the label. if f_show FPS label, show FPS label dot set text to something. But this is the meat and potatoes we really want to get through. All right. So we're going to grab time.time minus our current, or when we started sampling. We want to know how long we've sampled. If we have sampled longer than the quarter second, right? Because there's no point in repeating, throwing up the FPS until you've got some samples. Store and count duration. FPS count. Okay, draw calls. That is a thing we'll have to come back to. We need renderer to keep track of how many draw calls. So we will come back to that. Let's just get FPS working. Then we'll say sample for another. Oh, okay, double seconds. It's time, not time. We'll just do this once. Then our FPS count will go back to 0 so we can start sampling another quarter second frame. Frame count. Sample index. So it's going to keep looping through, recording the frames per second. Compute frames per second. We're going to sum up some things. Again, ignoring draw calls for now. And sample counts, sample things, scene. So total counts over total time is our FPS. We're going to ignore those two. And that comes in. And here we go. FPS on the 0.3f seconds of FPS. So we only set the label, but we can compute our bookkeeping. Oh, wait. Make this a boolean here. Bool have enough samples if we have enough samples, then this is going to actually move inside here. There's no point in computing any of this since it's a display only. So if has have enough samples. Oh, Yeah, good enough. And up here. Um, in our render, we kind of want to check that as don't want to draw if we've actually got enough data to draw. So we don't need to now. We can have time that's not reused here. If then. So if we are showing label, quote unquote, make sure we have enough samples and go. No, let's just keep it simple. Keep the logic simple. If we're showing it, if we have enough labels. Where did I put that scene? Right here, underscore FPS. Okay. So this should be somewhat similar to what we've had before with FPS label. Except, of course, I didn't rename everything properly. Okay, time. Um, Scene. Leave this on our update. Do update. We just put this in update FPS. Uh, I've still got things in it. Time I haven't removed. That's fine. That function can go away. These three can all go away. Simpler and simpler. I like it. We declared friendship with application. I don't like friend, but I think in this case it's okay. Ooh, got some Python stuff in here. cannot type this in my colon. Okay. All right. Okay, we're close. Even should probably be event. .o. Here's the fun part. RF source FPS label CPP make file FPS label. Okay, let's see how this runs. Okay, there's our FPS. It is quite fast, not bad. I don't think we need all those digits. We need to do color and position. I want it over here. That's easy. So here we go. Let's finish up what we're doing here. Like, this is not a reusable piece of code. It just happens in every scene one time, and there's no reason to break this out into a separate thing. So we need to get a draw call count, and we need to clear the draw call count in our scene loop. And we need render to keep track of it. So let's go back to renderer. I don't think I want this public. Let's just... I don't want these public either. I want you to have to call through viewport methods to get these to change. But I've been using them for debugging, and I have a decent amount of code that uses them that way. Maybe we should do that now. Let's just make those private. renderer. We've done a lot of debugging with this stuff, so it's time, I think, to button these down. Width, height, cost, rectangle reference. Okay. That's going to break a whole bunch of stuff. So let's go ahead and work our way through those. Clear. It's clear called. Is it called the top of the frame? It's the renderer clear. Scene dot. Okay, who's calling it? CD source. Grab recursively for renderer clear. Exclude directory for dependencies. Scene manager calls it. It's called the top, and it does all the renders. Okay. So that actually worked out well. This. A little bit of tidy up here. Okay. So the clear call resets that. So all we really need then now is two things. Renderer needs a static unit 32T draw call count. After get viewport. Oh, we never made those set anti-aliasing enabled. We actually need all these functions here. We're going to define these static methods. Return s renderer s underscore draw call count. Basically the same thing for the viewport. Frame height. Frame width. And now there'll be a lot of complaints about frame height, frame width, and viewport not being usable. So they want frame width, frame height, and viewport. Frame width, frame height. And we do it clean, just to make sure we're getting a good build. Window doesn't like that. I don't have that defined. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of these. Color quad needs the viewport. Frame width, frame height. Button. Text edit. Main menu. Same song and dance. Scene. Oops. Sandbox. We did a different refactor. I should probably be noting these down as I go, huh? All right, let's see if that's better. Um, oh, oh. I think renderer needs to be a friend to window, which makes me a little sad. So let's see here. I declare that there is a class called window. Friend of window. Get the frame buffer size, the matching function for call to whatever that is. The range v0, v1. Oh. Okay, matching function for call. High value. Okay, well, I suspect something else is going on here then. No known conversion from int to double. Just delightful. Okay. Alright, so it's just window, not knowing how to deal with that. So renderer is not taking friendship well. Set viewport. So frame height, frame width. Oh, let's go back to renderer. Yes, I know I declared it private. I want nobody to touch this but window. Do a full clean for to pick up friendship. Friendship should be automatic and easy and natural. Or something. I don't like friendship in 99% of cases, but there are a couple of times where you just barely need to break the object barrier to do what you want in a controlled way, so you don't accidentally screw it up later. Build not remade because of errors in window. Not being able to access this. Why is window not able to access this? It's private. Am I using friend wrong? Friend class name in the class. Oh, is this my problem? Oh, part of my problem. Friend can access private and protected members. I said friend. I don't want a friend function. There's an argument for these being made friends as well, or private and friending them only as well. Here this as a friend. Why is it not picking up these private members? Friend class cannot see private members. That doesn't make any sense to me. Friendship is not inherited, transitive, or reciprocal. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I declared a friend class in my renderer. I said I want to allow something called window to have access to this. I don't think anything else should have access to s_view. Application, scene manager, cameras. I'm generally okay with those not being separated. These are managed by application and the window. Friend. It clearly says friend. C++, why? Why C++? Do you make me suffer? Okay. Declared friend. Cannot see members. This is so far all the help I'm getting are basically people forgetting to declare friendship, which is not helpful. Friend class. See, this is like people. Class. Class A should have B as a friend if you want B to use A's private attributes, which is basically the stupidity of friendship. There's a thing called a window. You're a friend with class window. That's how this works. So how would window not have access to the renderer's private members? Not made because of errors, because window, whom I have declared as a friend, cannot access renderer's private members. I know it's declared private. That's fine. It is a friend. I told you you're a friend. Friend. Nope. What? Mine is below. Oh, it's a purely static class? Can I not have a friend on a pure static class? C++. Friend. Private. Design your classes a bit. Use a private static proxy object. Screw you and your stupid Java answer. Jeez McCracken. Who does that? I don't want a proxy object. I want to get at the private freaking things. Class friend static thing. Private static window is accessing them. And I would expect. Okay. Option 2. I think we want to do this. So remember, let's repeat second port. Want init underneath the stuff here. Let's do a static void set frame size with int height under draw call count. Then in window, these are int32s. sort of capture it into a local thing, and then renderer set frame size to frame width, frame height. Okay, now if we go to, let's just make sure it works. Compiles does not mean functional, so we're going to scores builds debug. All right, grinding away here. Okay, things are working. Settings, I can change the screen size and it's fine. Okay, so that worked. So the last piece here is renderer.hpp. Can I make these? And this one. I think cameras, of which we have one, screen camera, set viewport, should call renderer set viewport. Yeah. Okay, let's move these things, which we think are probably do I have any friend declarations in here yet? Friend of app class, application, friend of class, window. Who else needs it? Scene manager. I think that's it. Oh no, not quite. And SettingsScene. Can those static private methods be invoked by a friend? I know it's private, that's why I declared it as a freaking friend, you moron. Pile of manure. Ah. So window. Is it just window? Everything else worked. What? What? Only window. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Window. Can't call a private method, despite being declared friend. But literally everything else can. I... Uh... I am befuddled. I blame crappy compiler, and I'm just thoroughly confused. Brentford declares window to be a friend. Only window is not allowed. Application is getting access to init. Scene manager is getting access to clear. Otherwise, we'd get compile errors. Window can call vsync enabled, and it's fine, and frames, but not set frame size. This one is broken. I truly don't understand. Huh. What? Good gracious. So if I literally just move this up, everything will work. But window cannot access a private member method, private static method, despite being part of friend like everything else. Oh my gosh. To do this should be private. But window, despite being declared a friend, cannot access this if it is a private method. Other private static methods are clearly able to be used by other friend classes, even set vsync enabled, which can be seen by window. Why this folly? I don't like that. That's so stupid. Alright, one more clean build just to whatever. Hey, Pat, forward declarations. Yeah, forward declarations. I just say there is a class named window, and then I tell you you're a friend. And window can see this function. This method it's fine with. It's just this one it can't see. I don't know what the difference between these two functions are. If I bring this down into private, it can't see it, but it can see this one. Window can. Why this one? I don't know. Everything sets up correctly. Yeah, things are working. Quit. Okay, that brings us back to what we were doing, which is clear, which is called by the scene manager, clears out our draw call count. And then when we call draw, we need to increment our draw call count. So renderer draw plus draw call count. Then in scene, get our draw call count. That's basically that. Total draw calls. We add that thing, which is not s underscore. Okay. M. Okay. Let's see if that. Oh, darn it, compile. Clean. Yeah, it's a puzzle or it's a mystery. I don't know what it thinks it's doing, but it makes me sad. I think my compiler sucks. I keep thinking I should switch over to Clang, but I know that it's going to break all my dependencies that I've finally worked out and then linker and order. I just kind of don't want to do that right now. Okay, letter S is the bane of my existence. Yes, I know I'm used for everything. Okay. Lastly, draws per rate. Draw calls per much of the 0. Let's make it 0.0. Then draws per second. Draw calls per second. All right, let's see how that works. All right, bring up our FPS. Draws per frame 50. Looks like I may have a. Yeah, we're really not drawing that many things. Let's see here. So this is 2 draw calls. Each of these 26 letters plus 5 plus 4 and 4. So that's 35, 39. This is 1 draw call each. So let's see here. 26, 30, 34, 39, 41, 43, 45, 47, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61. Yeah, so that's pretty close to the right number of draws. Maybe we're off by 1 because FPS isn't counted in that. This label is drawn after we've counted everybody else's draws. So yeah, it's exactly 1 short. Perfect. So it's counting them right for draws per frame. Draws per second is obviously broken, but that's probably a format string issue. Yeah, if I put the letter F in, that helps a lot. There's draws per second. Which is 51 draws per frame times 2,000 frames per second. See, that doesn't look right to me. Total draw calls over total time. Total time come from? We're totaling up our sample times, which is a quarter of a second. I mean, this could be let me think. I believe this number. I do not believe this number. Full time. Another way we could get this number is times FPS. So draw calls per frame. Let's put that back the way it was. Let's put in a new one. So this will be, mathematically, these should be very similar. Draw calls per frame times frames per second. We're doing a lot more than 200 draw calls per second. Ah, that's more like it. So that is 2,000 times 50 is, yeah, 120,000-ish. Okay. That gives us an idea of what we're doing, but why is this number different than, or why is this number different than this one? Doesn't yield correct number. Okay. Here we go. Done and done. Journal. We did that, we did that. We also did a couple of refactors. Refactored time to not contain any FPS stuff. We shoved that into the scene base class. While we were at it, refactored renderer to have more things private with some things of the public interface nicely, but the window cannot access set frame size despite being able to see set vsync enabled. This looks like a compiler bug to me. And not my fault. There was one other refactor we did. If or maybe a to-do. Oh, yeah, scene event architecture. That was the other thing. While we were at it, the refactored scene to use event architecture to detect FPS label toggling instead of testing input during update. Also, while we were at it, refactor render to do things private with some friends, cleans up the interface nicely, but the window. This looks like the pattern would be not my fault. Okay. I think that's everything. FPS label now shows draw calls as well as FPS. We're not quite going to. Oh, let's see. There's one scene that I hate the FPS stuff for. So let's go take a look at that. Scene. Go look at the layout. You know what? We can just underscore FPS dot set. We're gonna do two things. I want a clutter quad. Maybe not clutter quad. Now include clutter quad dot HTTP. Clutter quad underscore FPS box. Dot set color to 0000128 half underscore FPS dot set text color to 192 192 192. I don't want that on transparent at all. I want it opaque, so that's fine. Then in update, if it's enabled, FP, let's see, let's computer rectangle. R it's gonna be two or three different things going on here. As well as font size. Which looks like do layout. Field code here. Label. Oh. Label width, label height. 75 and 50. How do I feel about those? Yeah, sure. 100. Just whatever. Space. Okay. Then our rectangle is going to be from frame width minus label width plus space. Our y will be at space. Our width will be label width, label height. Font size, constant size equals scale versus height. We want 16 points. Sure. FPS.set. Set rectangle R underscore FPS box dot set rectangle R. Now in render, first render the FPS box. Oh, we didn't set the font size, that's true. Okay, now, whatever scene we throw this up on, it should render out okay. So, uh-oh, it broke. It broke. Oh. We did add memories to our class. There we go. Yeah, still breaking PDB arms. And when it dies, it's a seg fault in here. $78. FPS sample index starts at 0. Increment by 1, modulus. What's that for? For the point. Underscore FPS sample index is huge. How can it be that huge? It starts at 0. It increments by 1 and okay. FPS sample index greater than or equal to this. Set it to 0. That is bizarre. It should never be that huge. Ugh. Run. Run. How can it be said faulting? This should not be possible. Print m_FPS sample index. Okay, wow. Much wow. Fusion, disorder, disarray. Okay. I'd like to set a watch on this. Oh, I can't. All right. Scene. Let's set a breakpoint. 13 break. Scene. 13 run. Okay. Now we want to set a watch on that. Continue. Watch point 2 deleted. What if I get rid of PS box? Have to, but something strange is going on. Okay. Insertion failed with an unknown error. Let's get this unknown error. It's so useless. Viewport. I don't think that was the problem. Oh, maybe it's a clean debug issue. Restart that. I don't think it was cleaning. I typed clear. Thought some of those builds were going a little fast. If that's the case, then maybe it's just a memory alignment issue, and the clean will fix it. There's no reason for us to be seg faulting there. Still, a couple of good refactors all done in one shot. Should give us a good start on some early win run. Hey, okay, and if we go Control F, oh, we have no numbers, nans. It's not wide enough, but that's okay. Hey, something is wrong. That was just putting numbers out before. Now it's not. Why? Full F. Okay, so that's better. Just put this back where it was. H. Put this back to. So in other words, we're going to keep a count. Which we average over a quarter second. Who are those? Control F yields nothing. This was working just mere moments ago. What? So this is not what it means. Sample long enough. Count. This plus equals when we loop to 0. Oh, no, just one increment. Every kind of increment. When we increment. Set to 0. Sample count. Okay, sample counts at U32T total sample frames. This equals, actually total counts is already that number. Okay, all right. A little bit of messing around here with the old FPS tracker. I fingered that one. Not getting any numbers. Why not? We had numbers. Now they're gone. Eight FPS. Oh. That might have been the problem. The scene manager, before it calls update, clears out certain information. And when we go to update our FPS, that's already zeroed and we haven't done anything since. So maybe that was the problem. So Control F. Nope. We have no numbers. Okay. We might as well print a whole bunch of stuff, right? Let's see here. Storing sample m_fps sample index. If we sampled long enough, otherwise nothing's gonna really change in here, so no point in updating the text more often than that. Okay. So once we have the 8 samples, that's when we are able to get a full label update. It says it's updating the label. Therefore, which numbers not being updated? Total counts. Total draw calls. Total time. So draw calls counts time. Reading not a number probably means that total time and total counts are 0. We can print that. Print. Totals. Draw count. Unsigned total. Frames. Sample total. Counts. Time. Something's not being updated correctly. Just gotta figure out what. Fried chicken baked ravioli. Nice. Nice. That sounds good. It's not incrementing anything. They're all just zeros. That's not good. FPS sample time now. Sample time. Mm-hmm. Is it because of this? Yes, sample index. Oh, this got wiped out somewhere from our bookkeeping. Did I remove? I did remove FPS label. FPS sample count. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. So first of all, our sample count is not. So in our first 1, 2, 3, 4, this is less than the total number. Okay, I see. That should fix it. In theory. Which means this thing equals this one can go back to a branchless version. Plus 1 modulus this thing. Okay. Now we're drawing draws per frame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Times 2 is 18. Plus 1 for this little is 18, 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Times 2 plus this one. Yeah, that's about right. That's about 20. Okay, so we're going to play. Okay. Let's just clean up this layout just a little bit. That is usable. So here, let's see here, where's space? Space with big space. Okay, then r dot x. We have a small space as well. Of 5. And basically r dot x plus equals a small space. Y plus that. Or not, width minus equals 2 times a small space width. Right. There we go. We don't need 150, we need like 125. Make it 75. Our text alignment, which word FPS dot set alignment will be text H align v alignment. I think we do v align first. Set generic text H align. Left align is fine. Okay, we'll see how that looks. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We probably don't actually need the draws per second anymore, because we could always compute it from FPS and draws per frame. Actually, I want to do a test. Let's do a test. First of all, let's clean up some of these log statements. Secondly, draw calls per second 1 and 2. Draws per second modulus 0.0 f1. Draw calls per second 2. I want to see if they're the same or close to the same. Mathematically, they should be close to the same if we're computing things the way I think we're computing them. Let's just make sure. Yeah, this is not useful information anymore. This is derivable from FPS and draws per frame. Play 2,000, 46, 100,000. Yeah. So they're the same. Good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put these out. Note. These two do compute to the same number, which is easily derivable from total draw calls times FPS, and therefore not worth computing and displaying. Therefore, we'll keep them around in case we want to debug something later, which we might. But for now, we can just simplify. Draws per frame. Which also means we can make this smaller. 875. Maybe we need like 40. Let's see, what's our font size is 16, 32, 30. Yeah, 40 ought to be enough space. Run it. Play. Oh, no. A little off. Okay. Go to 50 pixels high. Is that at the top? Why is that not centering vertically? Should be the V-align center. Oh, because of that. So maybe 45 pixels would have been enough. Yeah, 45 is probably enough pixels. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine. Go back. Settings. This is the one that's running slower than everybody else. It is running a few more draw calls, but I think it's something else. One of the reasons we spent the time to do this is we have an item to figure out why settings is so slow. And I think it has to do with our update loop. We're doing some things in our update loop that are like looking for user input. We might need to undo that. So, okay, cool. I'm gonna call that one done. FPS label shows draw calls as well as FPS. Draw calls per frame as well as FPS. Time does not contain any FPS stuff. Scene now uses the event architecture for user input. And renderer is now much more cleaner, except for the one stupid thing. All right. Status. Yeah, add everything. So we update our journal, update our to-do. Various scenes got updated. Things were updated with regards to the renderer. We deleted FPS label, etc., etc. Big files simplified. Renderer was refactored. Scenes were updated. Text. Yeah, because of the renderer updates. I'm gonna add everything. FPS label is no more. FPS is now tracked by scene. FPS also reports raw quality. There we go. Clean. Okay, so we got a nice easy win. That really wasn't that bad. So let's go to our to-do and figure out what we want to do next. Rename free animations to animation pool in the scheduler. That's an easy one. I feel like some easy wins today. That's why we're doing what we're doing here. Scheduler h free. I don't really like the word new here. We're going to do get action sequence, get action, and get animation. Let's change this to max animation. Um, underscore animations with animation pool. Oops. Free. There should be nothing free. Scheduler get animation. Not enough animation slots. Things are going to complain about it. Mostly the main scene. Yep. Do actions once with get actions once. Okay, what else? Main menu, the settings scene, save song advance. About scene. Game scene. This is gonna be a big one. Good. New action. Get nothing. Free animation with get animation. All right, so close. Oops. Menu settings. I don't remember this one having. Okay. I guess it does. couple of animations there. Okay. Nice little cleanup, tidy up, easy win. These are not free, just a pooled resource, which, speaking of which, to do, tech, consider templated resource pool class, like scheduler has 2 pools. Consider templated array class, bounce checking at in debug mode. Better, more consistent. Bounce checking in debug mode. Debug build. Yeah, specifically, this one would have saved us a lot of time in debugging the shader store overriding the image store. Okay, so if that all built correctly, then this should run and not blow up. Animations are still happening. Good. Quit. That one was easy. That was even easier than I thought it would be. Renamed things in scheduler. Get free animation to get animation. New action sequence. To get action sequence. And new action to get action. Rename things in scheduler to be more consistent. See journal for details. Next task. Let's find something. I do want to get to tooltips. It's 3 o'clock. Do we have 2 hours to do tooltips? I would like to know why SettingsScene is so much slower than the game scene. Double click, I still am unhappy about. SettingsScene crashes when attached to debugger. Is that still true, or has that been fixed inadvertently in other fixes? No, when attached to debugger. Args run settings. It is not crashing. That one goes away. Everything is as expected there. Okay, so that's good. That bug goes away. Journal. Verified bug. Where? Settings scene was crashing and attached to debugger is no longer present. Moved from to do. Enough. Back to do. All right, we can either check out double click, we can check out settings scene. Why it's so slow. Kind of don't want to touch text again. Maybe put this down here in text. I don't think I really want to do that. This one puzzles me. It's running at almost half the rate of the others. Double click. Or are we done with easy wins and we're ready to go to tooltips? What I suspect is actually a little bit related to the work we're going to do on tooltips. Tooltips is going to need to take mouse input, find our position, and determine how long we're hovering over a thing. So if what I think is happening here is components are calling update function things instead of grabbing events, which is also related to this. So maybe clean these up before we do tooltips. That we're working from a cleaner state. So let's go look at double click. The only place we have double click is in text. Double left click handler, double click step. Oh yeah. Double click step. Handle. Oh, we're doing this with events. Oh. No, that's fine. That's fine. This is fine. Okay, so result. Here's what we're going to do. We're not doing this. The only time we're actually going to handle a mouse release. Actually, we're just not going to ever say we handle a mouse release. Are you redrawing the entire settings window every frame, or just areas that change? No, it's the full window redraw. There's not. The draw calls themselves are not the problem, I don't think. I think what the problem is so we have a large number, and by large number, maybe it's not that large, but a large number of UI elements which are in their update loop asking for mouse status. If I put all of that into an event-driven loop, then only when things actually change with the mouse status will they update themselves. So it's going to remove a lot of branches. Okay. So let's see if that just fixes the mouse thing. Did I build? I think I built. Okay. Or maybe it is just the fact that it's twice as many draw calls. I mean, this is 50 draw calls. I can probably get that maybe up to closer to 100, but so what was happening before is if you got partway into, partway in, you end up in a state where you can't actually right click a letter. See, there's a double left click. Oh, that time it went. Okay, so there's a timer. We have a timer. On the first mouse press, we clear and start the mouse. The Small changes here. Input mouse button equals this thing cast as input mouse button button equals things. Oops. Okay. Have mouse button. Okay, I don't have a good way to print out which one is which. Okay, so we're gonna log press 1. Press 2. Click cancel. One button, second press. Invalid click step. This one is not in. Not in rectangle. Wait a second. What is this handle mouse press? Is it calling itself? Why would it do that? Oh. Which actually means if I go left click, right, double right click, that should be fine. Okay. If the buttons match, let's see, what do we got here? Button release 1. Button release 2. Timed out. Default invalid step. Let's see here. This one. Wrong button. Released wrong button. And lastly, okay. Okay. All right, here we go. Just need to watch the states of the buttons as we go. It seems to happen when I click too fast. Actually, let's Way too much information. That one. Okay, double click, seemed to work. Double click, seemed to work. So we go button press 1, button release 1, button press 2, button release 2, and we handled it. Okay, so we go 1, 2, press 1, release 1, press 2, release 2, but we timed out. Now I should be able to double click and it works. Okay. That one seems fine. That one seems fine. Seems to work. Seems to work. Okay, so if we double click. Okay. Button press, button release. It did not register the second mouse click at all. It did that time though. So it's just if I was really quick. Or did my mouse not register it? Changed anything? So it's just me getting bad mouse registration here. Doesn't seem like things are sticky as much now. Yeah, I'm not getting stuck at all. That seems a little bit odd. Well, let's see here. Let's try to create some cancellations. So let's see here. So if I go left, right click, cancel in press. Wrong button for the second press, okay? If I go right, left, right. Left, right, right. Right, left, left. Right, left, right. Yeah. Left, right, left. Left. Click out. Okay. That left, out. Oh. Stopwatch already stopped. Left. I don't know, this seems pretty solid now, just from removing. Now let's leave these here for now, and let's just. It's hoping to see like a logical issue where things are jumping state, but we've removed those. Those handle mouse checks. Just fix things a lot more neatly. So. Uh-oh. See, now this one's stuck. Oh, there it went. There it went. There it goes. Well, why? It has something to do with the timer. One of these stopwatches. Let's see here. Here. Double click. That is cleared there. Um, oh. Minor refactor here. Like that. Okay. This is not a straight. I guess that's true. This is not a straight replacement. Okay. Okay. Double click. RH. Oh, everything else is 2 ACUT, therefore P. You do not get any step buttons. Okay. Okay. We just double click things, nothing's getting stuck. It's getting stuck. Feels better. I don't feel like I'm getting stuck right now. EAD, therefore LC, therefore not UN or H. LC. Don't really have that much information here. Ultra Demon CIPS, Based Rhino STMP, Proud Lines MATC. Yeah, let's go with human. Guard. R or D. Therefore not. P or O. D or E. L or C, I agree. TDS. Oops. TDS. EDS. All right, looking for contradictions. R, E, not L, therefore C, not I. Two one one two two one two two one one. Something looks reasonable. What do we got here? No R, no E. L is in, C is out, I am in. And we have a contradiction because prime is no good. No R, no E. Oh, and we have a contradiction right there. So the only one this could be is this one. So certs. Really? Frets. Trex. I think that's how you spell that. Let's try ER at the end. That's okay. Let's see here. T or A, therefore U must be in and C must be out, and A is in and T is out. So I'm not getting stuck on words anymore. I think we're good. Good. See here, made a pass at button double click stickiness. Moved all. Yes, I handled this event. Flags. Make macros for canceling a double click. More consistency with the timer seems to help. Okay. Improvements to text. Okay. Why is SettingsScene slower than the game scene? I think this is the root of it. We're doing a lot of updates here. And I'm going to pause there for a restroom break. And then we'll take a look at it. I think we're just doing too much in this update loop, even if it seems simple. So we're just going to try and move that to event handling and see if that speeds us up. All right, so I'll be right back. Okay. And we are back. So I suspect it's this thing, which is all about integer spin boxes. Update. Set focus. Does this text edit thing have focus? Oh, interesting. This is kind of why we needed this in the update. Next up has the cursor. Let's see here. Let's first of all, let's just look at the problem, right? Let's make sure we're all on the same page, that I'm not completely out of it. Okay. So, frame rate here, 2600, 2200, yeah. Somewhere around 2000. We're getting 18 draws per second. So let's do some math here. Let's call it 2200 FPS with around 20 draws per frame. Draw calls per frame. If we go to play, we're getting 2200-ish, 23, 24 FPS at 46 draw calls per frame. Yeah, we're getting like 2300. Something in my computer must have gone. Oh, what did my FPS just take? So say it's probably around 22, and 46, 50 draw calls per frame. So we go back. So what about? Holy smokes, 4,000 frames per second. We're not doing that many draw calls. So this is not actually that interesting right now. Back. Oop, not with. Settings. This is the one that's odd. We're only getting 900, 1,000 frames per second. So like literally half. And our draw calls are 110, 112 draw calls per frame. And I suspect it's all these things running update over and over again, asking about. Not sure this is it though. So let's go to our sandbox. Here, our FPS is 1600. Probably because of the text edit with the cursor. If the cursor timer has dinged, except it's asking if it has focus. Set focus. Okay, who's calling that? Mouse, handle mouse press, set focus. So this is only happening on a click event. So as long as none of those have focus, this update is not that bad. we can still remove it. There's a better way to do this. And that's just to extend our egg timer a little bit. But I don't think this is the problem. None of these have focus, and it's still dragging the FPS down. So it's these three text and it's spin boxes. This isn't that much of an update, really. Set focus. What if we click into one? Our FPS actually doesn't change that much. Thousand. Huh. Okay, so here is a question. We can just start doing things here. SettingsScene. Are you ready? Here's what we're gonna do. These buttons don't need updates. Let's just chop out all updates. That should tell us if it's update tied. Otherwise, we can check. No, it's not tied to the update. Is it the drawing? Is it our rendering? Really? We put those all back in on render. What if we not render spin boxes? Or maybe it's button. That's still not 22. Yeah, that's 20. Yeah. Is it the buttons? Is button what's killing us? When we have all of those bin boxes on, there's a lot of buttons. So what if we hide everything that is a button? Just for funsies. Oh. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's like 9 buttons here. In here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 24. 24 and 6 is 30. There's 30 buttons in this scene right now. It's spin box. Not that one. Render. Just take all the buttons out and see if that's our issue. Do your best. Good night. Sleep well. And you have a wonderful evening as well. See you tomorrow. I mean, label is going to be one of the fastest things we ever render. Text. Plain old text. Still seems pretty slow, even without the buttons. So put those back in, SettingsScene. Feels like it's not really two buttons or spin boxes, but possibly both. Get rid of our button, spin boxes, spin boxes. Maybe it's only partially in the render. Nope. If we take all the buttons out and all the spin boxes out, and it's just the render time goes up just fine. So rendering buttons is actually a big piece. Rendering buttons. Let's log that in the old journal. Started looking at performance of settings. Moving only spin boxes. From update, it almost. Moving only int spin boxes from render. Improved FPS about half the expected amount. Removing only buttons from render, improved FPS about half the expected amount. Removing all int spin boxes and buttons from render, improved FPS all the way to, let's see, the expected amount. Okay, so for us it's a button render. So button render. Is the geometry dirty? Is our state dirty? Our text is not changing much. Okay, so here's a question. If state is dirty. If we update our state, we actually update all of our UVs. So let's go back to SettingsScene and put all this back in. We'll draw everything again. This is one of the reasons not to have an ECS. system, I can turn off all kinds of aspects of my code without having to like go into each individual object unless I want to. I can just literally turn off rendering of something and turn off the update of something from the scene itself. So let's go to button. Let's just do let's do just don't draw the quads. The draw calls should not be very expensive. That's what updates the UV, so. Oh, yeah. Settings. Oh, perfect. So drawing the quads is not the problem. Drawing text is not really a problem. So let's just not do any of that. We may have to ask ourselves how often that's actually being called. If that's called once per frame, it could be bad. Settings. Yeah, marginal improvement of FPS. No, not really. Okay. So this is actually not probably a problem. Geometry. This really shouldn't change that often. So I would expect no real. Of course, it's going to quit because you aren't actually setting quad. Button render. So I can leave them inside the update loop, and we don't see any performance issues. Hmm. Okay. That's something I haven't looked at in a while. CPP. Oh no, find. Find is what I want. We're binding 3 or 4 different textures. have 4 texture samplers. In button. Putting the textures for each quad, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so we're setting 1, 2, 3, 4 textures. So in our texture batch, let's see here. Batch, texture quad, what do we call it? Texture quad batch, quad. Come on. What was it called? Text quad batch. We bind our shader. Then we try to bind each texture to its slot. Let's try this. Static const int samplers known textures. That's amazing. Okay, settings, frame rate. Yeah, that did not. Oh, that actually helped a little bit. Okay, so here's a question. Here's a question. OpenGL. When I bind a shader, do I have to bind all? Uniform buffer object. Uniform blocks, get next geometry, uniform blocks, fragment. Okay. Extensions. I don't want to get into extensions. Okay. How hard do I want to go after this? That's what I suspect. Is the following. I'm binding textures to slots. And texture batch textures. Sectors. So what if it's this? What if I never bind slots? That it won't look right. It won't look good. It won't do anything correctly. But we get some more performance if I can not binding textures is not the problem. Huh. Huh. Interesting. We may not go any longer on this. Let's just. What else did we do? We removed geometry update and state update. We did that before. Intended state update button doesn't seem to help. Yeah. I'm going to mark this as done, but I'm going to put it back into to do as a lower priority item since we have looked at it. It is not update. It's something to do with buttons and the way they render. Needs more investigation. So, like, if this one had helped a bunch, then I would have been like, all right, a shader needs to keep track of which textures are bound on which slots and only rebind if there's a mismatch. But that's not the case. Like, I know what I would do there, but this isn't helping. Kind of the same thing from here. I would at least know it was in the texture quads, but I don't. Okay, here's an idea. We just never render the text. That because we render a lot of text in other places. So I'm not sure. Yeah, that isn't really the problem. Small improvement, but not really. Geometry update, state update, removing texture quads, removing button render, button render. Huh. I do not know. most of the ideas I've had are apparently not the performance issue. So I'm going to put that to rest for now. We tried a good number of things. We'll just leave it in the queue. So running, settings, full screen. Yeah, it's around 800, 900, sometimes 1,000. Unless we get rid of all the buttons, which we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And all of the integer spin boxes, which is a bunch more buttons. It doesn't really fix the problem. It's really not that many draw calls, so why is it so much slower? Very strange. Alright, well. It's more investigation. Text cloud dash, we just changed it to have the constant samplers. SettingsScene? What did we do there? Git if SettingsScene. Yeah, we just put. Yeah, we just deleted the comment outfits. Okay. Investigated why settings scene is slow. The journal for details. No resolution at this time. I see no reason why it can't run as fast as all the other scenes. Okay, now give it the old college try, and we have it in our list of things to do later, so we'll revisit that. Maybe it's time to look for tooltips. Tooltips. Okay. Off the top of my mind, I can never see a reason to have more than one tooltip per scene. That's my theory. So let's put this in our list here. General. Start implementing tooltips. All right, we're doing it. We got a good what? I started a little late, so we've got almost 2 hours to go. Piece of cake. Tooltip. Is tooltip a double word? No, people consider it a single word. So this is actually a lot more like what we just did in scene. You know what? We're going to allow anybody to arbitrarily read or write, whether it's enabled. Something's trivial, then in private. Text and a box. Not time. We want text. We want color quad for our background. Okay. Actually, a lot more like button. We don't need a lot of this text. Guess we need rectangle and color. Really need input or event queue. We don't really need it, but it's fine. I'll call it a snack. Basically, I want to be able to set colors and styles and not have to write a bunch of delegate methods, which leads me to another to-do of like that. Components that have child components to use less delegates and just expose the child for style updates. Is that true? So here's the danger of that, is that somebody could come in and move the text and the color quad, and they would not be then bound together in a rectangle that we set. Possibility one. But for now, this is much easier for me to deal with than, for example, in button, where I have to write these delegate methods that actually interact with the text object. Button doesn't do anything in an update. Literally useless. Vendor, do I contain a thing? That would be useful in tooltips. Not sure why this is here when we have the text object. To should be able to remove this. State dirty geometry dirty. I don't really do anything. State I don't have, hover I don't have, I don't have a click, I don't have any inputs. Therefore, this is basically it for tool. Hmm. Alternatively, that expose them could use more delegates for more control. Not sure which way I want to go on those two. Like, there's arguments for both. Writing a bunch of delegate methods is kind of lame, but it does mean that I only expose control of the elements I want you to control. Like, text color, font size, fine. But I don't want you to move this text around or change its clipping properties or so forth. For now, we're just going to do this because then I don't have to write a bunch of delegate methods. I think that's basically it for tooltip. So let's make tooltip.cpp. Okay, and then m_text has a parent of this, and m_box has a parent of this. That's how I want to do that. Button. Yeah, exactly. All right. Tooltip text. Return m_text. Oops. Turn the box. Oh, the other thing we need is enabled. Let's just start with it true no matter what. This is going to be very similar to button set rectangle. Set geometry dirty. This can actually be done much simpler. _box.set rectangle to R. Oh. That might actually work. How much square text set rectangle to a thing? Except we need to modify R just a bit. We need a margin. Edge width. Scale versus height. We need a reference height. Frame height. I'm going to call this margin. Then r dot x plus equals margin. R dot y plus equals margin. R dot w minus equals 2 times margin. Same for height. And then we set in the text rectangle. Now, a couple of items are underscore text dot set wrap. Text dot set flipping enable true. What else we need? Oh, these take so much butter. It's not worth making them at home. It is worth making them at home, and the sugar, yeah. Yeah, exactly. We don't eat those flat, crunchy, nasty British style cookies. We get the real stuff. You do need butter and sugar. It's true, but they're totally worth it. And maybe it's just the fact that my wife is so darn good at making cookies, but or the fact that I haven't eaten a cookie in almost 3 months now. Yeah. But no, she makes the best chocolate chip cookies. She's got all these variations, like stuffing them. Like you put one of my favorites was the Midnight Milky Way. You basically make your cookie dough, you wrap it around one of those little mini Milky Ways. Then you cook it, and then it's just like full of caramel. Oh, so good. Yeah, there's some really good ones. She made one I want to try, but I can't. It's like a peach pie flavored. So it's got like a buttercream center. Then there's pieces of fresh peach baked into it with cinnamon chips instead of chocolate chips. It looks really good. Yeah, I like cookies. But I'm not eating any sugar until October. You made 8 cookies, half a stick of butter. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, she's good at cookies. She makes them soft and fluffy and chewy, and oh, they're so good. Yeah, yeah, good stuff. Okay, yeah, now I want cookies. Okay, what else do I need? What's this button do here? State hover. We're not setting our text size, so let's go ahead and do that. Underscore text dot set text size. Sure, we'll go 24 pixels. Set alignment. This is a vertical center, H align. This is gonna be left. What else? Don't need any of that junk. No textures. We're not worried about textures. Oh, we have to add child. Address. M underscore text. That's right, because the parent has to be able to inform the children when their transform is changed. Okay. Set text size. Underscore text dot set color. We're gonna make it black. 0, 0, 0. Then m underscore box dot set color. We're gonna make it like a pale yellow, so red, green, blue. Make it pale yellow. Sure, it can be as garish as it wants. I just need it to show up. Set our rectangle to 10, 10, 50, 250. Sure. I just want to draw. Okay, so set rectangle render. Actually, just it's very simple. I'm going to store box dot render the view projection matrix, and then we draw the text on top of that. Done. Panes is every bit as easy as just checking the rectangle. Okay, so that's tooltip. Initially, we'll make it fancier. Big file, tooltip. So we're just like button, spin box, text editor, tooltip.o. Edit to tooltip. Oh, done. Then scene. I think we only need one instance of this ever. Ever? I think so. Tooltip m underscore tooltip. Tooltip dot set text. Set text to hello world. Update. Do render. M underscore tooltip dot render. This else here in tooltip. If enable. Alright, let's see how it goes. This could be messy. Okay, set wrap. That doesn't even exist. M underscore text. M underscore text. There we go. Set wrapping enabled. Text set. Text color. Oops. Yep, and the address of that one, and the address of that one, address of that one. R. Oh, okay. Rect R2 of this guy. 2222. I can't type as usual. Nothing surprising here. That's no. Oh, yeah. There we go. Should compile now. Yeah, so I'm on this diet, trying to lose some weight, improve my strength and cardio, etc., etc. So no sugar until October, and on October 31st, after dinner, that's when we make homemade donuts. You get raised yeast donuts, you fry them in oil, glaze them yourself. There is nothing better. And then my parents, they have an apple orchard, so every year we get fresh squoze apple cider. And like at Halloween night, it's fresh squoze apple cider and donuts. I'm gonna completely go off diet for October 31st and the day after because there's always leftover donuts. We make a lot of donuts, so that's the first time I'm breaking my diet then. And then we watch, of course, Wallace and Gromit and the Curse of the Were Rabbit, the best Halloween movie ever for kids. It's a great movie. Yeah, Halloween's great. We like it. Lots of fun. We don't even really do trick or treating. Like we'll have some candy, but like eating the donuts and the cider and watching the movie together. That's pretty much our Halloween. It's awesome. And it's gonna be way worth breaking my diet for that for a day and a half. Oh, it's a great one. I like all the Wallace and Gromits. They're all good. Sometimes those British have that lovely dry British tongue-in-cheek humor. Super great. Yeah, that one and Chicken Run. My kids watch Chicken Run quite a lot. Classics. Okay, I am not seeing a tooltip being rendered. And we just broke, so let's... Oh, I better not have it. We need to do a full clean and then debug. Sim makers. Yep. Yeah, Chicken Run is even more funny if you've read The Great Escape or watched the movie with like Steve McQueen in it. Sometimes the book is also published under The Longest Tunnel. Like there's a lot of inside jokes there. If you watch those, you'll be like, aha, I get it. But yeah, they're both great movies. Wallace and Gromit. Yeah, it's the Aardman group. They did one on pirates. It was pretty good. I still think Chicken Run and Wallace and Gromit are top notch. But what is it called? Pirates. I don't remember the name of the pirate one. But yeah, if you look up Aardman group, they're so good. And I think it's because they do. Oops. It's because they do. Hey, there we go. There it is. Because they do stop motion animation. Like you have to have the script nailed. There you go. Pirates Band of Misfits. Yeah, that one was pretty good. It was fine. You had Charles Darwin and the Dodo. Yeah, that was pretty good. Queen of England. But I think because they have to do stop animation, like it takes so many hours of photography just to get a second of film, they have to have everything planned down to the last detail before they ever start shooting. Unlike modern movies where they're like, I don't know, let's just film it all on a green screen and we'll fix it in post production with crappy computer graphics. And then nobody like sits down and thinks about, does that line needed? How do I convey more information with less? Yeah. In fact, I've been hearing that, yeah, more and more lately from actors. They're like, yeah, so there was never a plan. Like we're waiting for a script. We're standing around shooting crap, waiting for a script to show up for the day. And I was like, wait, you didn't have the script written before you started shooting? Like the Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings movies, like 12 hours of movie, right? Ish. They filmed all of it in 3 months because they had a plan. And they executed it cleanly. But yeah, everybody's just winging it. It's so bad for storytelling, especially when it's a bunch of no talent hack writers and no talent directors. Not that I would be a good writer or director, but I'm also not in Hollywood soaking up $180 million to turn out crap. It's not a bad idea though. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that's my new plan. Okay, tooltip shows up, so that's good. We've still got time. So So what we need to do is think about this tooltip. We should be able to show and hide it trivially. So let's just add that real quick. Let's just say tooltip. Doesn't have an update function, and I don't really want it to. So we can just go to scene and do it. Input get key or is key pressed. Oh, it's key down. We can do it that way. Input key space. Then we're going to say m_tooltip.enabled equals not enabled. Basically, we just want to toggle it on and off with the space bar. Just to show we can. All right, so spacebar hides it, brings it back. Okay, so that's working. In fact, tooltip, let's make this not enabled by default. Comes up hidden. Oh, well, let's compile it first. Here it is. Okay. Well, fine. Oh, I think we did that. That's been done. Okay. Blah, blah. Raw rectangle. I don't think anyone's referencing that. Let's check, actually. Raw rectangle. Oh, it's in protected. I can just do that. Not cause any issues. See how wrong I am. Now, Curse of the Rare Rabbit's more for the small kids, but Halloween, we have two go-tos that we watch for the older kids. One of them is Watcher in the Woods. It's this creepy old Disney, back when Disney wrote good stuff. And the soundtrack, the sound engineering was excellent for raising tension. Super good. Like we're not into the blood, guts, and gore type of stuff, so no slashers. But that one is very intense, and actually, it's, as my dad keeps pointing out, it's not a horror movie. It's a sci-fi suspense movie. That's not the way to. I always move my camera backwards. The other one is Wait Until Dark with Audrey Hepburn. That one's intense. That'll make you jump. I don't care how modern you are, it's a great movie. Super intense. Nothing like little Alfred Hitchcock. And you will jump. There's one place, it took me years of watching it, knowing it was coming, till I had time to, yeah. Oof. It's a great movie. So one thought, oh, is to put tooltips inside of this. Then all kinds of things could get it automatically. Not sure. So that's one option. Then we need a void set tip jar star text. After scale y, scale y, scale y. This is becoming more and more increasingly not just concerning an affine transformation. So, oh, is it indeed? Tooltip capacity. Set tooltip. Text is null. If our tooltip is null, we'll do anything. It's not null. Underscore tooltip sub 0 equals the string. And we're done. Keep track of length. Otherwise, if, oops, length is greater than tooltip capacity. Tooltip not equal to null. Where's my tooltip? Needs to get deleted. And which tooltip equals new char array of len plus 1 stir copy. Oh, wait. Do we want to do a fully formatted tooltipping? We can do that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get C standard args. Set tooltip. Okay. We do this in text. Get our lengths, then we do these things. Okay. We need 2 args. Done this before. Yes. Args 1. 1. If the length we need is greater than our tool capacity. And we do this. Be a copy into args 2 from args 1. Into underscore tooltip length plus 1 format, which is actually text, and args 2 and args 1 and args 2. Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. Oh. M underscore tooltip capacity equals length. Okay, let's see how that piles up. Well, possibly because I forgot a comma. Okay. Color quad. Okay, we can't do that. So back to line we go. Okay. Spacebar, spacebar. Nothing has a tooltip set. So let's go to something. I really want to add a bunch of junk to the sandbox. Okay, underscore button back. Set tooltip. Back to main menu. Scene something or other, just a test. This as an integer. Okay. Should cause no problems. Let's log in. So I have confirmation before we get around to clicking this. Just to make sure it's built in. Into sandbox. Oh. We didn't actually log anything. Oops. All right. Today was your last hot day. I think we're back up around 90 the next day or two. Then it cools down again. We had a really cool spring though. Like it took a long time to get hot. So I guess it's only fair if things get a little bit warm. Okay. Now, does contain screen point. In the 90s in June all the way to like early August. Yeah. Now it's sporadic, and the temperature one day will be a high of 71 for a few days, and all of a sudden 96. Yeah, that's us. A couple of days of this, a couple of days of that. Exactly. It's hard to enjoy your weather when it's not consistent. All right. So, what we need find doesn't have any event handling capabilities. So we're going to steal from button. We want the mouse move handler capability. Just going to steal those. Okay. Never used to be like this when I was a kid. I'm not sure that's true, or well, maybe not where you are, but for me, like I don't think it's suddenly different. I think some springs were cooler later, hotter earlier. Just some years we got more snow, other years we didn't. It's changed quite a lot, just year to year. Even when I was a kid, I don't notice a big climactic change around here. All the way up till I was about 17, there was at least 2 foot of snow every year. Haven't had something like that in 10 years. Hmm. Interesting. That's odd. Wonder why. Wonder where the snow went. Because I still hear like Buffalo and lots of places up in the Northeast are getting hammered in the winter. Still. Jersey's getting less snow, huh? Interesting. Does contain screen point. I guess we just take hover like that. If hover is not equal to hover, you store it. We don't need to, yeah, we can return false, that's fine. It's all just rain now, yeah. I don't know, I remember times as a kid where it was definitely like just rainy all winter and we had nothing but mud everywhere. We've had other winters where it's just, yeah, like you said, 2 feet of snow, and down the middle of the road there's a berm that they plowed up that you can't see over in a tall truck. So I've seen both throughout my life. I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's that much less snow where I'm at. Here we're gonna do a little bit more work. Okay. Short restroom break. Then we'll get back to it. Where were we? Sure, it's a cycle. Yeah. Yeah, weather comes and goes in cycles. They just recently figured out that there is frost in the hottest parts of the universe due to the heat being so intense it steals heat, pushing into frost. Interesting. Yeah, that's like the Leidenfrost phenomenon. What's that called? Leidenfrost effect. Here we go. Boom. There's videos like on YouTube of lead or steel mill workers running their hands through a stream of hot steel pouring. It's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's the same principles what you're talking about with the hottest parts of the universe as having frost. That could be crazy. Could be intense. Okay, so when the mouse moves over, I have some different thoughts, but I'm going to short circuit a lot of that. And what we're going to go to is the event queue. And we're going to invent a new event, invent a new event, which is the tooltip event. Tooltip. Tip. Tooltip. Event. Tip. And lowercase tooltip. And lastly, process tooltip events. So that's basically all of the plumbing for event queue to handle a tooltip event. So what we need then is one of these that looks reasonable to copy. Maybe it's change event. VC change event. Tooltip event dot tooltip event dot HTTP. Looks like we need a copy constructor. And assignment. It's enabled. Oh. Then basically we need show applied. So actually enabled is fine. Yes. And const char star and underscore text. Enabled and star text equals null pointer. Yeah. Okay. Tooltip event. Underscore enabled equals enabled. Underscore text equals text. Easy. Copy constructor. There we go. Assignment. Say just this return contents of this. That's basically that. So go to our make file. Find our events. Tooltip event. Two, three, four. Okay, so that should build in theory. Basic change event. All right. Oh yeah, we gotta include that. Event queue and the mouse move event. Okay, we need to include functional function. I don't know what it's called anymore. W that's the name of the type. Why did you put it back in there? I just said. Okay. Mission function for call to tooltip event, tooltip event. All right. We do need an empty constructor. Fine. Okay. Okay, which brings us to a find. So find needs event queue and tooltip event. Okay. 5:30. Okay. So good. So in the find.cpp, if hover, it's hover. Okay. Then event queue enqueue. I don't remember how this works anymore. Event queue. I think we just call them enqueue. A tooltip event of underscore hover and underscore hover question mark tooltip, otherwise no. So if we're over it, we're just gonna send along the tooltip text, otherwise we can send along nothing. And all of this only happens if tooltip len is greater than 0. If we have a tooltip, and if we hover, and if we have changed our hovering state, then we enqueue an event that says show or hide, and here's your text, which may not be anything. That's it. Find out handle the mouse move. Tip. Cover off or off. This is not going to work at all, right? Yep. Getting there piece by piece. That's how we build a tooltip. Okay, so go to sandbox where we actually have set one, and it blows up. Even though my mouse wasn't over it. Oh, let's do a full clean and build. We've been changing stuff. Okay. How are we looking? I can go till about 6:30. Any tooltips? When I know this is not capitalized. About 45 minutes left, so because I need to put in some timery things. You don't just want the tooltip popping up and off when somebody immediately mouses over something. You want a delay. So that's one thing we'll do. And maybe while we're at it, that timer for the cursor blink, we'll make some nice updates to that. Okay, so if we go to sandbox, mouse over, tooltip off, tooltip on. This is backwards logic, but that's okay. So we're going to hover. Do we contain the screen point of the mouse event? Yes. Hover is not equal to last hover. Then we print this out. If we contain the screen point, it should be on. If we don't contain the screen point, it should be off. Oh. There we go. We haven't set it yet. Okay. Sandbox. Tip on, tip off, on off, on off. Okay. So in scene, we want include tip event tooltip handler. Tooltip event. Scene.cpp. There we go. Okay, this thing defaults to 0, meaning we don't have a handler. Don't worry about it. Scene. Scene is really the only thing that even can handle it. Oh, come on, there we go. So it will always return true because it will handle it no matter what. Then tooltip handler ID, subscribe to tooltip. Find tooltip handler. And then we have to do move it and we're done. Okay. Scene tooltip handler. Event point 2. I can't remember what it's called. Tooltip event H. Nope. Is enabled. On, otherwise off. And the other thing we need is event const char star. Tooltip event is enabled. Enabled. Basically, we don't want anybody changing our values. Once it's created and in the queue, it should be completely untouchable modification, barring bad actors. You can always get around constantness. That's not a rocket science problem. Okay, so scene. We're going to do more things as we're going to expand this tooltip event, but if event dot is enabled, event dot text is what I called it. Okay. So we're not actually going to do anything with it. We're just going to say we did something with it. Just to be safe. Okay. Now, because we also have to do position of the tooltip. Text was not declared. That's correct. I agree. Scene. Yeah. That would have been help. Got the right syntax. Okay. We're just gonna make sure that both sides of this event queue trigger. So a find said, hey, I'm turning on, and that does look like the right text. I'm turning off. Scene is acknowledging it, on, off, okay. Now, we don't need this anymore. We know it's going through scene. We really need this. Rather, what we need is underscore tooltip dot text set text equal to the event dot text underscore tooltip dot enable equals event dot is enabled. That's basically it. Get started. Position is next. We'll do positions. Oh, interesting. We need 3 numbers for position, I think. Oh, maybe more. So if we hover back, it sets it. Oh, when we hover off, it's not changing off. It's just showing. Oh. There we go. It's I am a doofus. Actually, we're going to leave those brackets here. We're going to do positional stuff here in a minute. Okay. So here we go. Sandbox. On, off, on, off. It's not great. I don't like it, but it's there. Okay. Now, the last thing, well, not the last thing, two more things at least. Got a good 45 minutes left. Okay, so in tooltip event, we need one more thing. Wow. Must be getting close to the end of the stream here. Include our rectangle. Thing will say, draw yourself relative to what? Rectangle. Okay, so we need a const rectangle and rectangle. And underscore rectangle. Underscore rectangle equals other dot underscore rectangle. And same here. Then we need this. It's a rectangle. Turn underscore rectangle. Okay. Then in what we really need is what? I think just rectangle, which is just this one. Yeah. Probably about as good as it's going to get. Note. Red is not properly transformed. Tooltip will not draw correctly with rotated objects. I don't know if I feel like tackling that right now. I mean, we can, sort of. Can we? Finding a tooltip position where it's on screen while being transformed is a tricky problem. Do I want to deal with that? So maybe what we just need is parent. We need to know who the parent is. Ugh. Well, maybe we just do it wrong to begin with, but closer to right. So tooltip event doesn't get a rectangle. Rather, or declare that find star underscore parent. Rectangle. Find star parent. So we're doing this with this. That's basically it. Okay. How does that feel? That should make no difference. Oh, yeah, not const. So we could change things. Okay. Sandbox shows up, disappears, shows up, disappears. Perfect. Now we got to do something with that parent. So add child. Okay. Here's where we start making changes here. Add child. Remove child. Rectangle, add, move. Okay. Walk forward through the children. If m underscore children sub index equals child, children sub index equals null. What else do we need? We also kind of need the child. A set parent. Set parent. I can only construct with one, so we got to change that up. Clean.hpp. Void set parent. I knew this was probably coming, but you know. It's not equal to null. Move child. This. Equals pointer. Set point to set parent null. Add child set parent this, just for keeping everything consistent. Oh, set parent. And it's here. If parent not equal to underscore parent. That's probably the safer way to do this. Added. Let me think here. Maybe we can do this in one loop. Int index. Like index. underscore children index equals this child. Found equals true. And break. If you've not found the child, we don't already have it. Let's try to add it. Okay, move child can be a safe operation. If you're trying to remove child that isn't there, I don't care. I think that is correct. We can go through all the children looking for duplicates as well, even though they should never have any because of the child. But we just want to be safe here, so let's see where am I. Okay, so in this case, what we want to do so in the scene. Which was tooltip dot set parent. Event dot parent. So could be null, could be not null. That's fine. Tooltip dot set rectangle 0. And it's not 0. Actually, we want it to be x offset from the parent. So parent dot raw rectangle dot one 100. I set the rectangle set. Oh no, tooltip. Raw rectangle width. Raw rectangle to height. Actually, we can just do a move too, can't we? That's 10 pixels, sure. Okay, let's just see what this looks like. Ugh. You know what? Let's just try this. Let's just make the parent a const function, even though it doesn't return a constant pointer. Parent is not declared in this scope. Get.parent. Okay, now we go to the sandbox, and then we hover over back. Oh, well. That is a different position. It is the wrong position. Move 2 is not relative to our parent. It's relative to screen space, which is terrible. Even it has find star p equals even dot parent. Okay, I'll try that. Let's sandbox. When you go back, hey, it's off. 10 pixels between this. But why is the height also off? Okay, what about move? So move to move by. Sometimes I like this behavior, sometimes I don't. Let's set the move to void move to local WX. Okay. Sandbox. Oop. It is off by several pixels. It looks like 10 pixels. Oh dear. Fine, let's go to fun. The button is getting it. Looks like it's getting the position from the inside, the bounding box of that. What is that offset from? This is puzzling. Well, that's a little bit odd. Oh, SettingsScene samples. There we are. Okay, and it's text text. We're gonna just say these four are also getting some text. Test of text alignment without other compounding. Multi-line text with inline characters. Test of rectangular flipping of text. Test of word wrapped multi-line text. Now, in theory, this just works. They all have their tooltips with no timers. So, cover, test of word wrapped multi-line text, test of rectangular clipping of text. Tooltip by default, we'll make it a little bigger, 250. You can also change text sizes. There's a bunch of things we can do. We should write down before we end up doing it. So it's just one more look. This thing, test of things and stuff. Okay. So I think we're gonna call it there for the day. Initial pass at tooltips. One tooltip per scene. Event queue for signaling. A tooltip transition. Open items still to be done. 1. Add timer support. Also, a cursor blink timer functionality at the same time. 2. Tooltip position is off. 3. Animate. I don't want to animate. I don't know if I want to animate. Or what else was there? Better default colors. 5. Offset scaling. 6. Keep on screen. That would be a nice thing to have. What else? Anything else we need? Right now, as soon as we're over an object, if it has a tooltip, it brings up the tooltip. We want a delay. Position, yeah, it's off 10-ish pixels. X and Y. Animate fade in. Yeah, baby. Better default colors. Each scene can already customize this. 5. Oh, offset scaling with screen size. Font size scaling with screen size. For default size only. Move tooltip to keep it all on screen. Or adjust. Okay. So, a few open items still. We can adjust those tomorrow, but this is actually pretty good progress. In sandbox. So I'm going to call that start as done. We should be able to wrap that up tomorrow. Yeah, not really time to get much more done than that. So git status, git add everything. Git dash m. Added first pass of tooltips. Functioning, mostly functioning in sandbox. More features to be added. C journal. Type append. Okay. Period. I don't want to have it in a minute. There we go. All right. So that's not a bad little day's work. Oh, good. See, look what we did. We knocked down all this tech debt, and then we got a good chunk of the way into tooltips. Oh. If we nail down tooltips tomorrow, that basically leaves us with game replay, saving replays and playing them back. So, we're in pretty good shape, I think. My estimate was 3 to 6 months. We're at 2.5 months after tomorrow. Working 4 days a week on this. A lot of what's left is art, kind of like polish, basically. So I think we're in good shape to, at the end of 3 months, be pretty well done with this list. Maybe not done, but mostly. We'll see how we are at the end of next week. We definitely hit a couple of road bumps this last week. Actually, last 2 weeks, I don't feel like I got as much done as I wanted, but like what we did get done was good and needful. So, anyways, I'm going to call it there. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.